the regular pursuit teams, like Kitagawa lets a note saying, like, if you think you heard this somewhere before, you'll be correct. This piece is an arrangement of Pursuit a Great Turnabout. I'd conceive it as a vamp that would signal the coming of a full-on pursuit. But I also thought as I wrote that it could be used to ratchet up the tension during an investigation section as well. So it's a prelude to Pursuit. And then we have an unused version, which is this one. This piece did eventually get used in Resolve. Yeah, it was used in Resolve, I recognize this. I'd actually written it during the development of Adventures, and I left it to age like wine for a few years. I feel that its version has its good point precisely because it has the basic idea down, so it was something I could develop and fully realize for Resolve. So this Prelude to Pursuit has been used. Yeah, I remember that. Now we have an unused version of Partners. Oh, this is this is when Herlock Sholmes works with Mikotoba. So this is the first piece for Resolve that I showed for Mr. Kitakumi. How does it compare with the final version? I don't think it's bad on its own, but considering when it's played, the final version is much more exciting. This sort of process is how each game puts me to the test. Also, this version is from before we recorded any tap dancing. Yeah, the flamenco step. Like, there was the game is a foot. Yeah, this one. This first piece I composed for Resolve. And it is one with a lot of memories for me. Takumi asked me to come up with a cool tune, but simple yet deep request left me stumped as to what makes something cool. It turns out tap dancing was just the thing for it, so to try to become the musical face for Resolve. Okay. Okay, now we have Victory, One Last Great Win. Oh, so this is the thing that plays when the case is over. This piece holds so many memories for me that I can't even begin to put them into words. My intention here was to make this feel like a further developed version of Mr. Kitagawa Victory Team from Adventures. Oh, this is Terayama. So Terayama played a rearranged version for the first. And there's an unused version from Terayama. Compared to the final version, this feels like it has a bit of every emotion in it, doesn't it? Well, except anger, I guess. Lol. The final phrase felt like it belonged in the Great Victory piece, so I transplanted it in a slightly different into the final version. Okay. There's two more songs, then I guess we went through all the soundtrack for Resolve. We have Baker Street Ball, Waltz for Chronicles. A special arrangement just for the Greatest Attorney Chronicles. This new piece that exudes with the warmth of 221B Baker Street was commissioned for the credits of Chronicles. Oh yeah, that was it, I remember. Yeah. It'd been a few years since my last outing in the series, and I wasn't confident I could produce a piece that didn't simply ruin everything that come before. But I guess some things just stick with you forever. And then we have another arrangement for Partners. Oh, there's more tap dancing in the song. There's something about a second tap dancer appearing in the piece called Partners, The Game is Afoot. Let's dance, my dear fellow! Surely the other person couldn't be, could it? Well, you wouldn't know until you try slotting each character you can think of into this situation. The accordion and violin solos are also not to be missed. Yeah. Alright, so these are all the songs from the auditorium. Now we're gonna go to the gallery to see all the art from the Vaults Part 1. So yeah, you know what? Let's check everything just to be sure. So here we have Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for The Great Ace Attorney. This is where I'll be sharing some of the designs and references document I drew from the second game, Resolve. So now we see the art for Ryosuke Naruto on the left, and on the right it's the DLC costume that you're currently seeing most during my playthrough. So here we have, before we begin, please be aware that there will be a large number of big spoilers both in my comments and in the illustrations themselves, so I very strongly recommend finishing the two main games before going any further. Like, we almost finished the second game, and it's safe for me to say that I think we've checked every character there is. Unless there's like another one near the end, but I think we've seen every character in both games. At least in the second game. So, sorry. Okay, so Ryunosuke Naruto. This character illustration was used in promotional materials for the original release of Resolve. In it, Ryunosuke strikes a resolute "let's do this" pose, with his chest out and his collar straight. Along with his armband, katana, university collar pin, and arm guard, I strove to capture everything unique to Ryunosuke in a roughly triangular shape with his stance. Yeah, with his fist against his hip, with his arms arc. It's pretty triangular. And yeah, he's holding Karma. But not anymore. As we know in the story, he gave it back to Asogi, but now it's being used as evidence, so nobody's carrying it now. Iris's homemade suit. So this is the DLC, the Iris homemade suit. I often like to create costumes that speak to a character's backstory or personality, or how visually striking they are, but that can lead to the design feeling rather uninteresting after the first time you see it. To avoid that pitfall, I remember wanting to make this outfit feel connected to the story somehow while expanding on the world of the Great Ace Attorney. So I added a few things here and there to spark the imagination and give you something new to find each time you play through the game with it on. Okay. One of these elements is little Shrewnosuke standing on Ryunosuke's shoulder that Iris made. If you look very carefully, its head actually moves in tandem with Ryunosuke's, but perhaps a bit too subtle. Yeah, the animation is not there yet. The line and cut of this suit were also designed to complement Prosecutor Asogi, making them a fine pair in court. Okay, next we have Susato Mikotoba. In her previous outing, her character illustration portrayed her as the ideal refined lady, a Yamato Nadeshiko. So this time I thought to show Susato's sweet and spirited side instead for Resolve. This also allowed me to strike a better balance between Susato and Ryunosuke visually when they were to be featured together side by side. With the Iris homemade dress, Susato and Ryunosuke's outfit were both created by Iris. As such, they share a number of design elements with Iris's new outdoors attire and Sholmes' regular clothes. So she has a set of goggles as well with the Iris flower on, and she has a little bunny dressed in Susato's clothes. So yeah, Susato is a bunny in this one. I suppose you could say there's Susato and Ryunosuke's uniform for the Sholmes Consulting Detective Agency. In keeping with the period setting, Susato's usual look is a very modest female student attire, but I felt that it kept me from bringing out her full feminine charm. So I implored Iris' help to unlock it in this costume. Yeah, her bag. I realized her purse is heart-shaped, and the little toy strap is attached next to it. I don't know who the name of the bunny is though. Now we have Herlock Sholmes, I thought to draw Sholmes facing forward this time in contrast to his public illustration from the first game, but as I drew, it struck me that the pose I chose wasn't very Sholmes-like at all. As I struggled to come with something more befitting, I was tasked to create a teaser illustration in which Sholmes and Ryunosuke would stand shoulder to shoulder, at which point it became vital that I balanced their look visually. It led to what I feel is Sholmes' most natural stance, the three-quarter pose. Whilst he wound up standing at almost the exact same angle, I experienced a ton of deja vu as I drew. I swear, it's totally a different picture! I swear! The insert illustration, the enlightened Sholmes on the left, capture the moment in which Sholmes hits upon his latest transcendental idea that transcends both time and space. Probably right as Iris was about to get some shut-eye too. Oh, when he smokes the pipe, there's a lot of smoke coming out of the pipe. Yeah, he's some sort of he's in a trance right now. He's not looking at anything in particular, and he started to get some, not black eyes, but you know when you have tired eyes, like they start to darken. Sholmes Japanese Jumble Mix. The DLC suit for Hulk Sholmes. I wanted to shoot. I had wanted an excuse to dress Sholmes up in Japanese clothing since production of the first game, but after the second game came and went with no such opportunity either, I'd started to give up hope. That's when talk of alternate costume arose, and I swiftly jumped at the chance to turn my idea into a reality. Of the three new outfits, Sholmes is the one I had the clearest idea of from the get-go, so it was the first to be completed. Yeah, with the fox mask. He has still the vials, he has the little opium pipe, and he has, okay, so he has two fingerless gloves, but one of them looks like it's made for archering. Like they're little ninja gloves, so basically it's a strap of cloth that goes around the knuckles, but it's actually two rings that goes on the middle and index finger. That's how it sticks. Like the thumb is sticking out because the fold of the cloth makes it like a natural cavity to put the thumb in. So interesting. And then we have I originally imagined that it would be something you could wear in Japan, so it was even more Japanese in design at first, but it was as if it was meant to be a costume for Great Britain. I pulled back on it a little to bring in line with the other two. I also came up with Japanese styles outfit for Iris's and Van Zeek's actually, but all that was needed were the three. So unfortunately, these two other designs will never see the light of day. Unlike Ryunosuke and Susato's outfit, which were made by Iris, Sholmes made this one by himself. Also, the mask he wears is not typical Kitsune Fox mask, but a Wagahai cat. Oh, okay, it's not a fox mask. It's actually a Wagahai cat. But the design on the mask suggests like kind of like a fox, but now that I see the design near the cheeks, it looks like whiskers, like kitty whiskers. I see. Iris Wilson. Okay, she has an alternate suit. Yeah, that's the thing that she's wearing for the second game. Like, I strove to bring out the cuteness befitting a child of her age. Whoa. Sorry. This is me unwinding. This is why I'm yawning a lot, because I had a lot of tension, and this is me like reoxygenating my brain. So I'm gonna be yawning a lot. So I apologize for that. I strove to bring out the cuteness befitting of a child of her age more than in the previous game's illustration. I also wanted to show up her knapsack and the charms hanging off from it, which had both been hidden behind her. Yeah, So she had the Herlock Sholmes and the Iris, like the tall blue bunny and the small pink mouse. Also of importance was how she would look when paired with Sholmes in various promotional materials. Okay, so the second, the suit she has for Resolve, it's called the Outdoors attire. Because that's what she's wearing when she's outside. So she's wearing some sort of bonnet that covers the buns that she has on her hair. Designed this during the production of the first game, so I was thrilled to be able to bring it out again after I'd put it away for various reasons. The jacket she wears over her indoor clothes is based on the steampunk aviators, to which I added elements that made her more resemble the little bear-shaped Lucky Charms she makes for herself. Okay, so it's not a mouse, it's actually a bear, but with big ears. Okay. Yeah, now she looks like a little bear. Like the buns on her hair makes it look like she has two big round ears. Like Mickey Mouse, but it's actually a bear. Incorporating flowers and art into the design, I landed on a mildly Eastern motif for the decoration on her hat, and when she lowers her goggles, she looks just like her Lucky Charms. Yep. Then we have Baroque Von Zieks. I'd drawn two versions of Von Zieks, one with and one without his cloak, so that they might be used during the early and final days of the first game's promotion respectively to show him in two different lights. Unfortunately, only the cloaked one where most of him was shrouded to show his Reaper of the Bailey facade was ever used, so I made sure that his Resolve illustration would show both his dark demigod and aristocratic prosecutor size. I also had hoped we could create a new in-game character model based on this open cape look in the second game, but sadly it was not to be. There were a number of mysteries surrounding Van Zieks related to this past and the Reaper moniker at the end of the first game, so it was a great relief to finally resolve them all in the second. Being able to draw him as he really is and show a different side of him from the Reaper was the greatest catharsis for me. Okay, as we see different designs, like when he frowns, the scarf on the between his eyes makes it look like it's a cross, but it's actually one slash. We have the Mask Apprentice, which is Asogi with his mask on and without his mask on. And now we have a little flag, like he's wearing white with a red ribbon, but it's actually a reference to Japan, the flag for England, and the Union Jack. So I'd suggested the idea of giving Van Zieks a young male judicial assistant during the development of the first game, and whilst it was well received, he couldn't be included due to time restraints. I made a suggestion anew during the second game's development, and was told, "It'll be hard to add a new character now, so let me see what I can do." I certainly didn't expect things to turn out the way they did. Originally, I proposed that this younger judicial assistant could act as a rival to Susato, and that he and Van Zieks could enjoy a close and heated dynamic. Instead, their cooler, more distant relationship worked out rather well, I think. Visually, he was to serve as a backdrop to his mentor, coupled with the need to create the biggest impact possible when his true identity is finally revealed. Very little besides his mask is visible in order to create an aura of mystery. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. From a narrative perspective, Kazuma represents the theme of confluence and contrast between East and West. As such, his prosecutor's outfit is based on Western clothing with Eastern flourishes. Another major task for me was how to change his appearance whilst keeping the core element of his design and overall form. For example, the swapping of Kazuma's university student uniform for a military-style dress uniform. Other examples include the replacement of his Eastern Ashimaki headband for a Western ascot tie and his Japanese katana for a European saber, and his eventual use of both swords at the same time. Yeah, as you can see, he's wearing Karma on the left scabbard and his European saber on the right. And yeah, he traded his Achimaki for an ascot. An ascot tie, like they say. His main colors take inspiration from the Japanese flag and white snakes, which hold spiritual significance in Japanese folklore. His family crest, which is based on real Janome Snake Eyes crest and mask, are both snake themed too. Oh, okay, I see. The little dots are snake eyes, and it's actually Yasugi clan crest. I see. Yeah, it's like three eyes and some sort of beak pointing down. He's also predominantly in white to stand in contrast with Ryunosuke's black uniform. I was completely sure this was the way to go when I envisioned how his dramatic return would play out when he regained his memories. A bright form emerging from under a dark cloak like a beam of light chasing the haze and darkness away, and also as though he were shredding the dark varsity jacket of his past like a layer of old skin. Yeah. Like Van Zieks, the details in Kazuma's design were to convey the affluence of the prosecution, while in contrast, the relative simplicity and modernity of this outfit conveys a sense of progress. Next, we have Clint Van Zieks. Clint only appears in illustration throughout the game, but since he is a key figure in the story, I approach his design as though he were a main character. Now we see a picture of him. Oh shit, that guy is nimble. Okay, we see he has a black dog, and there's an illustration of the black dog doing his business on a tree. And then both the brothers, like the 21-year-old Clint and 11-year-old Baroque, they try to mimic him. And then we see that Baroque managed to kick his heel all the way up to here, right? Like he kicked his heel and leaned it on the tree to see how high can he stretch his leg. And he only can do it at the ear level, and his leg is still bended, while Clint can take it all the way up. It's like big leg kicking the top of the tree, and very straight, very nimble, like above his head. And with his arm he can actually grab the branch, and he can almost touch it. He can actually touch his toes if he want to, but he didn't in this illustration. Then we have a picture of 33-year-old Clint in his military suit, his red, scarlet red suit. Looks like a British soldier, pure through and through. I set about creating his design by retaining certain elements to create similarities between the brothers, while inserting new elements to construct the differences between Baroque's yin and Clint's yang. As with Baroque's navy blue, Clint's red jacket is a reference to the traditional colors of the uniform of the Queen's Guard, and was just the thing to convey his positivity and brilliance. First introduced in Adventure, the cross swords in the Van Zieks family crest are also a representation of the two brothers, though as the emblem was used as over many generations, I can't very well say it's only all about them. Using a pair of cross sword as a belt buckle also hints at how they've become bound by honor and glory, which was holding them back in various ways. The badge on Clint's chest was always meant to serve as a memento of him for his little brother, which we were finally able to show and resolve. Okay. So the badge that he has, it's not necessarily like a prosecutor's badge for England. Like Clint had one, and I noticed that they shared the same badge, he and Baroque. But they're saying that it's actually the same badge, and he gave it to his little brother as a memento. And he wore it ever since on his suit. I thought it was like the prosecutor's badge, because the cross that he adorns looks pretty much like Miles Edgeworth's badge. with a little less flourish. Narratively, I was able to make one very influential contribution in relation to Clint. One day, I very boldly proposed to the director, Mr. Takumi, how about making Clint something down? Oh, okay. So, yeah, we have a dog in the picture, but it's actually the Baskerville Hound. But it doesn't look like the Baskerville Hound, but it's kind of the same design, I guess. At the time, Takumi itself had quite hit upon how to solve the Baskerville problem yet, so he wasn't even sure if he was going to include it in the story. Therefore, I figured I had nothing to lose by suggesting it. Aristocrats often went hunting with their dogs back then, so it seems like a period-appropriate way to show Clint's social status and charismatic personality and connect him to the specifics of the case. I also suggested placing a certain vital piece of evidence in a very specific location, which would be the dog's collar at Natsume's place. For some reason, I have no idea why. Oh, now we have Genshin Asogi. My goal with this design was to convey Genshin standing as the head of the Asogi clan, a family of samurai warriors going back generation. And as Kazuma's father, he also shares a number of traits with his son. The first is a thin white strip of cloth he used to tie his hair back, which flutters in the winds of change that blows around him. The second is the Western suit and the boots he dons. By virtue of his willingness to travel to Great Britain, I felt that he too must have been a progressive thinker, so I made his clothing resemble those of Kazuma, and of course, he wears a great sword Karuma by his side as well. In addition to these sheer traits, I gave Genshin a slim yet athletic build to give the impression that he is very fit and light on his feet. The family crest, the sword and snake eyes, was the theme that was established for the Asogi family crest during the development of the first game, but seeing as they descended from samurai, and that this was something I could use to hint at the darkness lurking in the depth of Kazuma's personality, I simply fell into this design as the most obvious choice. Okay, so this design is not the same that we saw with Kazuma. We still have the three snake's eyes, and I don't see a sword, but there's like the space between the circle is filled with some geometrical shape. It looks like a three-pronged boomerang or something. The fact that I could use it in a meaningful way and resolve, and that I could tie it into the apprentice design is something I'll raise a toast to my past self for. Next, we have Eugene Mikotoba. Mikotoba's surprising past is finally revealed and resolved. Of course, all of his backstory had been set during the first game in development, so everything I'm about to finally share I drew within my time on adventures. Yes, now we see a picture of young Mikotoba standing next to Herlock Sholmes. And if he weren't Japanese, he looked pretty much like Watson, without the mustache. And now we see pictures of baby Iris. She's so cute. Wait, that's 16-year-old Mikotoba? Interesting. Mikotoba's Western suit that appears in Resolve was actually designed in conjunction with his Japanese kimono. In fact, the color of his suit is more or less what decided the color of his Hakama trousers for me. Okay. Therefore, the real focus of this design was not on his relation to Susato as her father, but rather on his relation to Sholmes as the great detective's legendary partner, Dr. Wilson, air quote. On the surface, he's a serious-looking man with a soft, amiable charm. Young Mikotoba was designed to pair well with Sholmes and to seem more full of vim and vigor than his older self, wrapped in an aura of styles and gentle kindness. Young Mikotoba is one of my favorite designs, and whilst I couldn't show him off visually in the game itself, I'm glad I'm able to share it with you here. The legendary pair! Here we have Sholmes and his partner in their youth. In my mind, young Sholmes is much rougher around the edge as he is now, though I suppose everyone goes through that at some point in their life, right? And I like to think that it's thanks to living with Iris that his rough edges have been sanded down quite a bit now, because it's the people and life experience we hold dearest that change us the most. The Mikotoba step. Is that the tap dancing? The splashiest secret of Resolve Dub, the Mikotoba step by the development team. What? I propose this as a way to give Mikotoba a unique yet complementary animation to Shome's grand flourishes and gesture during their dance of deduction. Yeah, so it is. The Mikotoba step is the tap dancing. During the dance of deduction without completely deviating from his usual gentlemanly ways. After all, a true partner is one with the confidence to bring their own unique talents to the fight. Then we have... Oh, Ryotaro. Now we have a flashback from the first chapter. This is Susato dressed as a boy when she was passing on as an attorney, and she named herself Ryotaro Naruhodo. Since women aren't allowed in the Japanese courtroom of our game, it quickly became a question of how to present Susato as a man. Design-wise, there were two options. A look so unique that neither the player nor the other character would know who she was, or one where the player would soon figure it out, but the in-game character would remain oblivious. The first idea would have made things very difficult, and since there were no qualms about using the second, I was able to finalize a masculine look for Susato without any fuss. Yeah, with her hair tied at the back with the cap. On top of technical limitation, not being able to cut her hair considering what was to happen in the story after the first episode left, design options were very limited anyway. The second choice was the only realistic one we ever really had. Yeah, like she could have cut her hair like Ryunosuke to really look like a boy, but now we have to change her outfit drastically. Like she would have to wear short hair on her feminine suit, on her kimono, whatever, you know? So it was out of the question. I worked in a number of things, such as making the jacket just a little too big and the sleeve just a little too long to keep her design soft and cement the girl disguised as a boy look without overselling it. Yeah, she has to hide her trait. Now that I see, it's like the leaves is a little bit too high, like it's a bit over the wrist, but it's like broad enough to hide her breast. So she looks slender, but she doesn't. Well, from the side, like we see the bulge from her breast, but it's not that apparent. It could easily be confused with natural pectoral muscles. Remember me! Ray actually didn't exist at all in the first draft of the story. The only new character slated to appear in episode 1 was Many Memo, and the defendant was Mikotoba, whose defense was to be handled by Susato. Oh, okay, so in the first draft, Mikotoba, the dad, was the defendant. And since he couldn't defend himself, for some reason, he had to rely on the lawyer, and every lawyer would say no. But that wouldn't make any sense. Why would they refuse? Whereas when it's a girl, and she was there to be, no, I'm not risking my life for a girl. What are you talking about? A series of thoughts struck me when I read that draft. First, I wasn't sure it was such a good idea to have Mikotoba be the defendant, and also him standing next to his own daughter, giving her advice on how best to represent his own case. Second, a whole episode featuring nothing but a bunch of old men would make a very dull color palette. Sure, Susato was there, but she's dressed as a man too. Compared to the vibrancy of adventures, it just felt lacking, I thought. Yeah, because the witnesses would be Natsume, and the victim is Giselle Brett, so there will be absolutely no ladies. No lady representation in the chapter, so I can't understand. Like, yeah, it would be too much of a sausage fest. So along with that feedback, I sent my wish for a female student character to be added, who could be either Susato's best friend or younger schoolmate who absolutely adores her. This wasn't just for the sake of the visual, but also to recreate a parallel structure between Susato and Ryunosuke and the legal situation they find themselves in with their respective best friends. Ah, I see. Yeah, since Ryunosuke was a trap and Asogi was kind of helping him out, defending himself. So he was, oh, I'm gonna do anything for my best friend. So now the tables are turned with Susato. They're gonna be her best friend. And I'm gonna do anything, everything it takes, anything to get you out, even if it means pretending to be a boy. I believe this would serve to build anticipation in players as they came to see the similarities between the first episode of Adventures and show yet another side of Susato, adding depth to her character. Next we have Seijiro Jigoku, the judge, the Japanese judge. Knowing from the outset that Jigoku would play a different role in Resolve, I folded elements of the Buddhist god of hell and judgment, the great King Enma, into his design. I also designed his suit around the same time. The shape of his hat is reminiscent of the judge's hat that he wears at the Supreme Court in Japan, and his unusually hulking build for Japanese men is thanks to his love of martial arts such as judo and karate. The button on his suit also reflects Japanese and Buddhist imagery, such as a family crest in the shape of the Dharma wheels. Oh, the Rippomon. Also, his button on his vest are actually Dharma wheels, and other 8 spoked crests in general, whilst his beard is shaped like licks of flames. The lines of his suit are meant to invoke the look of a clergyman, similar to Strongheart. In the world of the greatest attorney, a judge ruling is not unlike the word of a god after all. And then we have Satoru Osonaga, the secret undercover special agent who's always coughing blood. When Mr. Takumi was looking for ideas on where to set the Japanese episode at the start of the second game's development, I suggested the seaside or a sea baiting area. It was clearly not a setting we were going to be able to use in the British episode, and considering that when the game was to be released, the original release was in the summer, it seems like a great match. I also thought it would be easier to generate excitement at a glance if we could show some favorite returning and bathing attire from that era. The first swimming costume that I completed was for Osonaga. Mr. Takumi asked that I place something on the inspector's head so that he might have something sticking out above the water during his submarine stakeout. Yeah, the little turtle thing. After some brainstorming, I hit upon the idea of a turtle figurine with a cute little head that would wobble to and fro that I especially enjoy. Thanks to all that sun during the seaside stakeout, Osonaga now looks a little healthier with his new tan. There are, however, a few spots where his tan lines is visible on closer inspection, like the area around the strap of his Zori straw sandals and the hems of his swimming costume around his neck and arms. Yeah, okay, now I see another picture, the other illustration of him with, yeah, yes, little tan marks around his sandals. And around his arm. Okay. For comparison, I provided an illustration of his usual pale self on the bottom right, yeah. Okay, so Osonaga is a bit tan, but is not as pale as usual, yeah. Like, Remember Me is really pale, and Osonaga is supposed to be as pale as her. But it's probably because he's been coughing blood. But now it's like, okay, he has a nice tan, but he's still coughing blood. Okay, now we have 3 more characters. We have Taketsushi Aochi. After his precious top knot was given the chop in the first game, the Aochi of the second is a man who's finally begun his own cultural revolution. So I was given the task of revolutionizing his airline design. Okay. I settled on the look of a fallen samurai or Buddhist monk with only the small tuft he carefully nurtured being the new addition. Now we have Soseki Natsume with two cats sticking on him. It's weird because he's wearing a kimono on top of his western clothes. And the kimono has the line of the suit he used to wear. It's like he brought his English suit with him, but he cut him open to make it a big cloth and re-sew it back together into a hakama, or a kimono or yukata. Anyway, I drew him once in the full kimono as well, but it was simply too Japanese and visually uninteresting. Plus, it took away from the sharp, frenetic gesticulation our Soseki is known for, so I left the clothes under the Audi Western. Yes, like... The other reason is that Soseki still has much to achieve as a writer, so this was a way for me to show his transition toward greatness. He's covered in kittens in this illustration because you can't help but think cats when you hear Soseki. But actually, this is also related to... Oh, there's a third cat in the text window, I didn't realize. Here you go. Actually, it's also related to one way I thought we might make Soseki's animation more amusing and cheery. I thought it would enhance when even the previous game's animation to have three clingy kittens cling on even harder as they are swung about by Soseki's wild gesticulation until they cry meow meow meow. Due to time constraint, we were only able to bring a little of that to life in the credits. Speaking of which, when we'd settle on the seaside setting, I did consider putting Soseki in just a fundoshi loincloth, but that didn't go anywhere. Yeah, no. No loincloth, please. And then we have Raiten Mini Memo. As a young journalist, I imagined it'd be out in the sun a lot chasing after leads. So I started by giving him a tan and a lean, fit figure and the look of someone who's ready to do anything to get the story. The newspaper he works for was originally going to be called Taito Shimbun, which is the Imperial Capital Times, but it didn't seem right to have such a respectable sounding publication print gossip and hearsay. So from his very grain team name, Manemomi in Japanese, which means unhusked beam, I suggested that the work for a small agency called Daikoku Shimbun, the 5 grain news from Daikokuten, who is the god of 5 grains. Oh boy, they went far with this one. The bales of rice and rice stuck on his armbands are a reflection of that. Yeah, but... that's going far, just because his name is Manimomi. And in English is Minimo! Manimomi. Minimo. Oh, now we have William Shakespeare. Oh shit. The jumping off point of Shakespeare design was one simple world, Shakespeare. It looks glamorous at first, but the closer you look, the more pretentious his strange stage costume seems. It certainly feels like a period costume, but it soon becomes apparent just how out of place it is, even in Victorian times. No shit! It's more like, he looks like a jester, It looks like he's posing to be in a deck of cards as maybe one of the jacks. The thin veneer of his flashy clothes seems to suggest wealth, but he's actually as poor as they come. There's an alternate palette where he's actually red instead of purple pink. Or maybe it's pink, but then it's been washed down. Oh no, it's not the same because he was red and golden, and now he's pink and black. So the pinks, the black stripes became the golden stripes became black, and the red turned to pink. I knew from the beginning that I wanted those gaudy, oversized gems to come flying off during his final breakdown, so I liberally applied them all over his costume. Okay. Along the bottom of his jacket, I attached a number of bells that so that he'd make a jingling sound whenever he moved. Yeah, like a jester. My intention was to make him seem annoying and shallow, but when we actually added the sound effect to bring my vision to life, we found that it was simply too much. So we ultimately left them out. Oh, they removed the bells. Now we have Adron B. Meterman and Lady Quimby Altamont from the gas company. From the description of his job, going door to door to collect the gas company's money, I imagine Meterman as a worker bee. Now even his man purse is actually striped, and when he's wearing it, it looks like it's like a bee's abdomen on his back. And the worker bee's job is to bring the money he collects back to the queen. So that's how the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas, Lady Altamont, came to be, modeled after a queen bee. I also choose to design them as a pair so I could set them apart from the other boldly colored and uniquely dressed characters in this game, and to create a sort of B-team uniform for the gas company. Altamont's umbrella is obviously her stinger. Other elements include her waist, sash, and Meterman's scarf, which were drawn to look like wings. Oh yeah, she has a waist belt, like a sash, from the side it looks like bee wings. And Meterman's scarf looks like wings as well. His head, his profile also somewhat resemble the shape of a bee in flight. Oh, I see. Now they put the shape of Meterman's face next to a bee, and when the bee is in the fighting position, like his abdomen is upwards with the stinger out, and the shape of his chin is supposed to look like the bottom part of the bee that's in the fighting position. Plus with the shape of the hair and the cap that makes the wings and the head of the bee. So it's like, okay, now I see the bee in Meterman's face, but I'm still gonna say that he has a Popeye chin. That's a Popeye chin, I'm sorry. Next we have Gina Lestrade. When I first drew her up in their design, she was set to be a detective, yet she appeared in adventures as a pickpocket. So really Gina returning in this way was like her rising up to what she was always meant to be. Yeah. Now we have little Toby with a little scarf. For Resolve, I brought back a portion of my original Inspector Lestrade design whilst adding in bits of Gina's personality based on what had happened to her in the story so far. My main goal was to bring out more of her feminine side by giving her a cleaner and more stylish appearance. I also gave her a trench coat to make her more detective-like and bring her closer visually to her mentor Gregson. Gina's horseback riding boots are a holdover from when I imagined her like a member of London's mounted police. I thought that perhaps she and Van Ziggs could make an entrance together on horseback. The distinctive buttons on her hat are from the hat she used to wear as a pickpocket. Competitive as always, Gina's fashioned them into something resembling the goggles shown in Iris wear, if in form only. Oh shit, okay, so on her cap, they're large buttons, but they look like goggles. Like, I didn't pay attention. It's like, okay, whatever. Everybody's wearing goggles. So at some point I start paying attention. But no, those aren't actually goggles. Those are just large buttons that are shaped to look like. Toby! Now to the Hellhound, Chief Inspector Toby. Gina was always supposed to have a faithful canine companion, so when she was to return to Reading Resolve, I pushed extra hard for her to finally have a dog this time around. And since there's already a detecting dog named Toby in the original canon, it was quickly approved. But when I looked into the Toby of the stories, I found that he wasn't as cute as I'd hoped. No, yeah. He made a dog he named Toby because he heard there was a Toby in the story of Sherlock Holmes. So they say, yeah, go for it. But when he looked at how Toby looks like, he's supposed to be a half spaniel, old Manjimot, but with the sharpest nose. Searched for an English breed that would pair well visually with Gina and made him a small, sweet puppy instead. Still, he is a proper police dog, so I gave him a tiny set of very sharp eyebrows. For the color of his furs, I wanted to give him the look and feel of a soft toy bear. Regarding the scarf on his neck, Gina's coat lining and scarf feature a traditional British plaid design. Yeah, it's like, it's plaid. I thought to link the two together with it as though they were cut from the same cloth. Yeah, I guess that Gina's and Toby's scarf look like they've been cut from the same cloth. Next we have Albert Harebrain. When I first set out to design him during the first game's development, he was to be a brilliant teen scientist, so I gave him a wild and unruly hair like Einstein's and glasses to make it easy to identify his personality. But Harebrain's backstory was expanding upon a resolve, and with him now being Van Zeke's best friend of a similar age, I had to rebalance his more outlandish animation expression to better fit the tone of their relationship. From the beginning, Harebrain was a bright and sunny character, and his huge range of expression and boundless energy were crucial aspect of his personality, so I would jot down various faces and animation as I designed them. Okay, we can see the faces. We have happy, surprised, depressed, and shy. Odiasman, on the surface, he's meant to look like just another nice, rich man, and yet there's something clearly suspicious about him as well. He doesn't appear in the game for long, but as he was to be in the few real-time cutscenes because he's a machine financier, we had to make a full-body 3D model of him. So I made sure to design him completely from head to toe, even though he mostly only shows up in illustration. My favorite bit about him is his slightly annoyed and bored expression. That's supposed to be slightly annoyed? Okay. As you can tell, I made Asman look as affluent as possible since his name is Japanese at the time was Richinande. A pun for why is he so rich? Richinande! But it was changed at the last second to Eraida Menigen, a pun for a great useless man. Eraida Meningen. Eraida Meningen. He always been Eraida Meningen. I think his design would turn out very different indeed, which made me realize yet again just how important the character's name is to their design. Odiance, man. Anyway, next we have Enoch Drebber. Oh, we have two different designs for him. One is he has a monocle with white hair and a black lab coat with his lamp and his shovel. And then we have the white that we see with the steampunk glove. It's like a mechanical hand. Enoch Drebber. Story-wise, I was told he's an engineer with a black monocle whose hair's color changes from black to white. Wait, what? So to make the transformation extra obvious, I turned the clear lens of his monocle black too, and loosened his neatly tied black hair into a messy sheet of white to clearly delineate his past self from his present. So when he met the professor at the graveyard, he was so shocked his hair turned white? Bullshit! Okay, him being an engineer gave me a chance to include some steampunk element, and I wasn't about to miss it. The result is the mechanical gauntlet that doubles as a tool set on his left hand. The belts and the plus and minus button on his jacket are evocative of electrical cables and electrodes. I posited that we made Drebber's animation stiff and robotic, as if he became this way as a result of that traumatic night. Oh my god. That's not how trauma works, even in cartoon. Like, okay, in cartoon, like you're scared stiff so hard that you're making gray hair, like his black hair turns white. But now you were so scared stiff, you have stiff movement like a robot? That's even worse. Bullshit! I really hate this case. I love this game so much. I love how the games turn out, that all the culprits are some unusual suspect, or most likely, oh, they're respected and distinguished people of the community, like people you wouldn't expect to be the culprit. Like we have the journalists who had a bit of ambition. Like he wasn't in the wrong. Like he had some right idea. Like he wanted to revolutionize. Like he wanted to revolt the changes, as like many other fellow Japanese would during his time period. And then we have the victim of another case, turns out to be a culprit because it was a crime of passion. And then we have the coroner in this case, who was the culprit. On this one I haven't figured out yet, but I still strongly believe that the Reaper is Strongheart. But I don't have all the dots to connect my train of thought, but something tells me that he's the Reaper. He's the real Reaper. After all, you have to wonder just how frightened it must have been for even his hair to turn completely white. It gives him something of a dark yet somehow likable feel, I think. And now we have Esmeralda Two Spells. Originally, Two Spells' name was simply Madame, and she was an elderly lady who was exceptional at her craft. But given the ratio of male to female characters along with their ages and order of appearance throughout the game, I asked that she be aged down to a young lady instead. For story purposes, Two Spell needed to wear a cape or something similar around her shoulders so that she could hide an arm underneath. She also needed to carry a bag or a satchel. And because she was going to be featured in close detail during a Dance of Deduction, I really wanted to make her design as striking and memorable as possible. Hence the braids. As the proprietress of an eerie waxwork museum, Two Spells operate under the outrageous idea that she should create molds of her subject from their very real bodies in order to make her soulless wax figure look alive. This conjured up images of black magic and alchemy, which led to me making her a witch. It might seem a little anachronistic, but I feel that the peculiar and mild disconnect would work well within a waxwork museum. Why would it be anachronistic? Like, okay, she's wearing 16th or 17th century clothes in the 19th or beginning of 20th centuries environment. So what? So what that she would wear 350-year-old clothes back then? That doesn't make it anachronistic. What makes it more anachronistic? Oh, it's the mechanical gauntlet. Oh, no, it's steampunk. That doesn't count. Yeah, right. I felt that the peculiar and mild disconnect would work well within the Waxwork Museum. Plus, only in the world of the greatest attorney could I get away with expanding on the visual palette in this way, so I decided to go for it and give her a completely witch-like appearance. Yeah, she's quite gorgeous. She was good. Now we have Dr. Courtney Sight as a key figure of the story due to her standing as Scotland Yard's chief coroner. I treated her design as equal to that of a main character. I took extra care to balance her design with those of Strongheart, Van Zieks, and other prosecutorial figures, given their relationships to one another in the mood during each of their encounters. They're showing a syringe filled with a red liquid that sounds to be blood, but I don't know why she would be carrying that. She's carrying 3 syringes of blood. I approached her design from the angle of a man's attire, as I thought she would have been the exception to the rule back in the Victorian era, working in a very male-dominated field. To that base, I layered on a snake's motif since snakes were a symbol of medicine at the time. Her syringes are her fangs, and they lend her this cool and intimidating aura like that of a venomous snake. The long, tightly curled pieces of hair and the movable metal rods they're coiled around are also fashioned after snake fangs. Oh yeah, the earpiece, like it's like a Japanese comb. She put some sticks on her hair, and those are supposed to be like they're supposed to be like snake fangs. Structurally, the rods are attached to the piece at the top of her head. The badge on her chest has a heart and cross motif, which was designed around the world chief coroner. Oh, coroner means heart, and chief, yeah, the cross, yeah, chief heart. So she has a heart inside of the cross. Interesting. And she's also the head of the forensics investigation team. I gave her a lot of sharp, straight lines evocative of Art Deco design to make her feel more modern. Okay, now that he mentioned it, I kind of see it now. Now we see the bracelet on her left wrist, like the snake's coiling. And then we have Mariah Corey, Gory, Maria Gory. Gory is Side's daughter in the corner in her own right. From the initial draft of the story, I gathered that Gory was to be an eccentric young lady who loves to dissect things, so I tried to make her design unlike anything else in the game.
Can I play with them, Mama?
No, dear. The body is not dead yet. You have to wait.
It's no fun. How boring.
The key is the imbalance between her cute girly side and her dark side. Yeah, when she has the plague mask on and the tools, she looks like a serial killer, like, I'm ready for Dead by Daylight, motherfuckers! While she shares a few common traits with her mother, she expresses her regular young girl side with her butterfly team custom white coat and fancy ribbons. Her mask is a steampunk version of a plague mask, which I use to convey a sense of the past and the unique look of this game's world. Okay, next we have, Balthazar Lune, the little Bohemian prince, and the Red League, the Red-Headed League, Rousseau and Rossi. Balthazar Lune. Because he's the impresario of sightseeing balloon at the Great Exhibition, I give him a festive look that would fit right in with the carnival-like atmosphere, incorporating his balloons into his clothing. I knew that he would appear alongside Guts in the game, so I added to his design toy balloons in the colors of his flying balloons and gave him and Guts a combined animation where he would hand one over to the boy. Bohemian Boy Guts. Guts is a child of the Bohemian royal family who came incognito to London to see the Great Exhibition. Mr. Takabe told me that there was a masked ring of Bohemia who appeared in the original canon and that he wanted Guts to be an homage to that character. Wait. When he says the canon, is he talking about Sherlock Holmes? I don't remember. I don't remember which story there was actually a king of Bohemia who came into London incognito. For reference, he showed me an illustration from the short story of a dubious-looking man with a large, thick mask on his face and asked that I also incorporate that mask into my design. Since Guts is of the royal family of Bohemia, my first priority was to make it easy to tell he's a member of the nobility from a single glance. To that, I added elements from the man in the illustration to complete the homage. Finally, depending on how you look at him, I wanted there to be a sense that he has been dressed in that outfit like the privileged and entitled little boy he is. When creating this character model, we paid particular attention to the nuances of his facial structure and the translucent quality of his skins and cheek that are typical of European children. It was also important to make the lines of his facial profile and shirt cuffs feel elegant and refined. Next, we have Fabien de Rousseau and Peppino de Rossi. These two are the ringleaders of the Red-Headed League, so first and foremost was making their red hair as conspicuous as possible. From there, I created their color scheme based on the flags of their respective countries of origin, France and Italy. Being from aristocratic families, I gave them beautiful matching outfits with slight variation to show their differences. I especially like Peppino and his assorted expression in animation. The pasta he slurps was inspired by Italy and his red hair, but the Shoryuken is there simply because we can. Wait, what? The Shoryuken in the animation. Yeah, he did a Shoryuken. It's true, he did a Shoryuken. Yeah, it's there because they can, because it's Capcom. Since Shoryuken is from Street Fighter is Capcom, Great Ace Attorney is also Capcom, so we can have Shoryuken in Great Ace Attorney. There you go. Next, we have, Gossip, aka Yu-Boo. According to Mr. Takumi, there's a story called The Man with the Twisted Lip in the canon. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was a story in Sherlock Holmes called The Man with the Twisted Lip. As Gossip's design was to pay homage to it, I sensed that great potential in the idea of the man who twisted his lips, as it were. Gossips acts as the part of a buffoon in the story, so I made his overall design reminiscent of a circus clown. Yeah, kinda is. Yeah. Venus! Oh, I hate that bitch. I was told she was a match seller, so I created a no-frills design for her. That's it. There's nothing else to it. She's just Red Riding Hood matchbox selling lady. Sandwich. He was originally going to be a completely new character, but due to circumstances, I suggested that we merge him with Beppo from Adventures. I figured this could be his new job after he's lost his old one over the omnibus incident. Also, mixing elements of what was to be a new character with his old self. Beppo was reborn, sort of. And then we have Daily and Evie Vigil. When I read the first draft of the story, I felt a strange sense of realism and charm in their marriage and the distance between them. So it was a bit more restrained in how I expressed their personality visually. Evie's pure love for her husband is evident in the way she genuinely worries about his disappearance and the actions she takes to find him. And knowing how much his wife loves him, Daily strives to keep her happy by hiding the ugly truth from her while leading a double life, until the very facts of his life themselves go into hiding within him. So we have an illustration of him with wet hair, more maybe because his curly hairs are uncurled and they just unroll next to his face. Daily looks tired all the time, but his eyes are full of warmth when he looks at Evie. That's the sense of sadness and sorrow I wanted to convey in his facial expression. On the other hand, Evie's design shows how completely open she is and radiates a perpetually bright and happy aura like the sun. Next, we have Barry Caden. From the sound of his job of prison governor, a tall, stocky figure came to mind. From here, I built a few elements of dandyism into his design, taking him far away from the austere taste of a stereotypical British gentleman. Other aspects of his looks are based on a prison motif, the vertical stripes reminiscent of jail cells bars on both Caden and Vigil's waistcoat, may be a point of pride for those in the prison service, I suppose. Next, Caden also liked to talk with his back to people, so I nearly narrowed his waistline for a tight, sharp silhouette from behind and gave him rock-hard thighs and calves. There's a little bit of backstory to Caden that we didn't get to explore in the game, but as the prison's governor, he isn't well liked by the inmate population. One day, Caden was attacked in his office by a few escapees. That's when he got that scar on the back of his head. Oh! So his head injury was from a prison escape. And ever since then, he's had an axe and rifle and a ton of handcuffs and they're ready in his office for self-defense. He also carries a smaller axe in an holster by his side for that reason. Oh, so that this was backstory to the character that was never exploited throughout the game. We wanted to give him an animation using that smaller axe, but the fact that he was in on him at all is a quiet testament to the lives he's lived. It's a vivid reminder that even when it's not depicted in the game, these characters have lived entire lives of their own. Now we have Chicken Stroganoff. Chicken is Biff's little twin brother, so I hope you have fun looking for the similarities and differences in their designs. Yeah, like the green on the collar and the sleeves compared to the blue of Biff, plus the yellow hair. To bring out a sense of individuality, I lose a little lick of hair in front to suggest that just maybe he might be slightly more naive than his older twin. I also made Chicken's color different from Biff's, and at the same time changed the coloring of certain sister ship to match, making it a bit more chic for its role at the stage of a most spectacular show. Okay. So yeah, the Burio was kind of blue, and the boat that was going to go from France back to forgot where it was going, but yeah, it was greenish. Yeah. The It's hard to remember now. What was the name of the ship? It was the same name as the Gentlemen's Club that they do the dealings. The clandestine thing. I forgot the name. I have to go back to the game. It's been so long. It's been like almost 2 weeks. Alright, next we have Maelstrom Heart. Taking his rightful place in the story, the Lord Chief Justice return in resolve meant that I could finally draw him fully as I envisioned in my very first design. Pulling those in this circle of influence under one by one is the embodiment of his name, the Heart of the Maelstrom. His role in the story is also the reason why his other motif is the unicorn, a highly intelligent creature that shares the royal coat of arms of the United Kingdom with a lion while possessing a deadly strength of his own. Strongheart's usual cane is replaced and resolved with a new unicorn hammer that makes a loud and unique clanging sound when used in court. Yeah, we noticed that. It symbolized the Lord Chief Justice himself in the final chapter of the story and had a certain color, the last trial of the greatest attorney. Descent and Breakdown. I'm gonna skip this chapter. I don't know if I want to read that. Maybe if I finish the game, we'll come back to the last line. Iris's Lucky Charms. From the popular pairing of rabbit and bear characters in Japan, I designed a set of handmade charms called Hairly and Beerus for Iris to carry around on her knapsack. Oh, so she made one for everybody. There's one for Gina, one for Asogi. Then we have one for the other Asogi turned prosecutor. And then there's one even for Van Zieks. And there's like a little plushy version, like chibi version of Ryunosuke and Asogi. Then we have Sholmes and Van Zieks. And there they hung during all of adventures, waiting for their chance to shine until finally in Resolve their day had come. Their inclusion in the story was just one of the requests I made for Mr. Takumi before we start work on Resolve. Besides Sholmes and Iris, I also created a figure for the other main characters. I approached the design from Iris' point of view, and it seems as though she rather thinks of Ryunosuke as just a big mousy. As for herself, it appears that while she's all pink and oh so cute on the outside, she fancies she's a real bear on the inside. In the bonus episode, I offered up the idea of including a Van Zieks version, which produced Meow Zieks. Oh my god! This guy is Meow Zieks? Oh, that's cute! The latest addition to the cast is Edgina. The hedgehog, Edgina, who was used on some merchandise. I feel blessed as I was able to create a lucky charm design for each of the main character, Hairly, Beerus, Ryunosuke, Lopsato Clozuma, the Mask Apprentice, Meow Zieks, and Edgina. Oh my god, the names! Lopsato. Clazuma. Oops, not yet. I was here. Yuruchara mascots. Oh, okay, that's how they are called, Yuruchara. I initially doodled Yunosuke as a bit of fun during a break from my work, so here instead are my proper drawings from when we officially turned them into little piggy banks and giant stuffed toys. The retro chubby baby look is a throwback to a popular style of Japanese piggy banks from the late 20th century. So far, there have been piggy banks of Yurunosuke. Oh, that's how they are named. It's like Ryunosuke, but it's Yurunosuke. Yuruma, Yulbs, and Yuruzeeks. But what of the ladies, you may ask? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. So, is that the end? Oh yeah, this is the poster thingy. Okay. So we have the Greatest Attorney Adventure key visuals. So we have art from the first game. I worked to capture the theme's atmosphere and a general sense of the world itself in one illustration that embodies the whole of the first game with this piece. It's split roughly into two sections with images of Britain dominating the upper half while Japan takes the lead in the lower. From the fully drawn blade, a great waves arise, lifting sakura petals up into the English roses above. In this way, I've created a natural line for the eyes to follow that also conveys the trajectory of the story as it starts in Japan and shifts to Great Britain. Ryunosuke's face hints at his iron will hidden deep within, while Susato shows a slight unease. Their expression suggests how the story of their adventures overseas ultimately comes to a close. Now we have the key visual for the Great Attorney 2 Resolve. Adventures was the first title in the Ace Attorney series to diverge so greatly from the mainline games in this setting that the key visual for its focus heavily on conveying the period locales and the general atmospheres of the world itself. However, with Resolve, it was time to move away from the setting, so the completion of this visual works to emphasize the dramatic tale that binds these characters to one another. Ryunosuke stands at the center with a hook of strong resolve in his eyes, while Susato stands next to him with a whoop. Sorry. I changed his position to have a posture check, and when I did my posture check, there was some trapped air that was trapped and got released all at once. So now I'm burping a little bit. Sorry about that. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Okay. Well, Susato stands next to him with a wrap draped around her shoulder. Okay. It's as though even they were forced apart, fate had brought them back together. The top center represents a different time and shimmers with the golden light of a bygone era. From there, the light quickly fades into the dark shades of twilight, and the mood shifts along with the colors to reflect the relationships between and destinies of each character present. Cherry blossoms, which are often used as a symbol of Japan, swirls around them like an embrace or a strong gust of wind. The ephemeral nature of Sakura is layered atop a metaphor that the petals that fallen to the ground in adventure will be swept up into the air again in Resolve by this gust of wind, or perhaps headwind in Ryunosuke's case. Yeah. All in all, I've painted a lot of meaning into this illustration, from each character's placement to the overall composition and colors, for you to discover once you finish the game. So who knows, perhaps you might even find something new. Yeah. Interesting. I also meant for this to be a companion piece to the key visual for Adventure, so it would make my day if you were to let your imagination run wild as you view the two pieces side by side, like they're doing it now. they complement themselves better. There's a lot of color on the second one. And the character, the way they're posed, they're telling a better story. But yeah, in both of them, we see strong art at the top with his hands crossed in the praise the sun position, the one I called pigeons. The Greatest Attorney Chronicle key visual. Now he has this the pigeon stands, but from the back. I aim to distill the essences of both adventure and resolve and blend them into a single piece that show both the world and story of the greatest attorney with this. Additionally, now that both halves of the tale has been told, and with the passage of time, I was also able to draw characters as I truly see them in this moment. As with my other key visuals, I put all my heart into capturing a lot of different things in this one's composite picture. A single illustration that evokes the game's work and story while bringing out the charms of each character. Okay, try to see the difference between the two of them. Okay, we see in the back Gina and Natsume seems to be running somewhere. I don't know what. Don't know where. That's a nice cover, by the way. Because were I to draw each element separately, I should think I would need something akin to a long picture scroll just to link them all together. And really, at the end of the day, I simply wanted to draw a beautiful picture. I sincerely hope that these key visuals can serve as your motivation to keep on playing, and maybe even as the key to unlocking some fond memories of the game once you're through. Nothing would please me more than if my art could inspire you to lose yourself in the idyllic world of the greatest attorney. In closing, I'm personally fascinated with the design and illustration where I can catch little glimpses of the thinking behind its form and details, so it's been an absolute joy for me to share even a sliver of my thoughts process here with you. Thank you so much for reading to the very end. Signed, art director and character designer, Kazuya Nuri. Thank you very much, sir, for the design. And there's a little card of Ryunosuke hugging... No, Kazuma hugging Ryunosuke from the back, smiling, and they're saying bye-bye, and they say thank you for playing. It's a nice card. So I guess we're done with portrait as well. So, what's left is to continue where we left off. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Investigation part 1. Were we at this part? Oh yeah, because we started the game with the trial. We started the chapter with the trial and now we're back to investigation. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Ooh, dinner has been set. 3rd of November, 8:07 p.m. Sholmes Suite. There's a turkey and there's a mincemeat pie that's been cut open, and there's some sort of soup. There's wine. I think there's Brussels sprouts and I think vegetables as well. But yeah, there's like some cups. The tea on the side. Looks like a nice feast for many people. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help.
Think nothing of it. I believe you had an even more wearing day than Mikoto and I, no?
Oh, you could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
So this prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo!
I mean, it's incredible to think that he even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I only met the young man as a corpse.
When all these started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then, about the motivation from what he himself described as the great detective's lie.
Now then, I must say, it really is quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes, so what news of Judge Jigoku?
We took him into Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives, there are a lot of questions for the man.
Poor Professor Mikotoba, this must be quite a shock for him.
Yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home.
What is it?
Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you the matter only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I have to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you had the reply already?
What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matter can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at the present.
Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone!
And what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up!
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasants as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurdy, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right, I made it specially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Exclamation mark. Sholmes, exclamation mark.
Iris, do you mean? Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in on the conversation you have after I've tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What? And Sholmes on the floor. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father.
Yes, about that, Iris. You know,
I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris.
Iris ... She's near crying.
The pheasant is, by the way, an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite all right.
then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant?
So, just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today.
So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot.
A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial about that telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Okay, now we have Sholmes, who's sitting on the sofa with his feet. Okay, so he removes his sandals, so it's basically socks. Oh, I cannot, I'm stuck with examining. Okay, there's nothing here, it's nighttime. What's over there? Okay, so they want us to check Holmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Surely, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father to you far longer.
Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss something with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
You needn't look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matter to discuss. Haha!
Converse. The telegram from Japan. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then?
Ah, this? I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
Oh, this is the coded telegram that was at the end of the game. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. Kazuma Sogi, Asa Shin, Tobias Gregson, and John H. Wilson. What? Those 4 names? We've come across that exact same list before. This is a reference to they came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be a masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now?
Yes! Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo.
Oh my god, the fucker signed my name on it.
I sent it to the detective I know who specializes in clandestine mission of this nature.
Let me guess, Asanaga?
You asked Inspector Osanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you?
And in my name? I wonder what guys he opted for this time. Yeah.
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand?
Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted.
So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Jigoku! It was the intended recipient!
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
Sholmes ...
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it.
Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. The telegram from Japan has been entered into the court record. Telegram from Inspector Osanaga in Japan with details of the telegram he managed to locate by stealing into Judge Jigoku's office. Kazuma's death. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Beria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't there at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective lie. Sholmes ...
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see what he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Mr. Zato. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my, you mean?
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Sogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shore for several years at least.
Wait, did you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruto. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England?
Flashback. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. This is Osanaga in a sailor uniform. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Zato ...
Then Sholmes, my dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualification, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good amount of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
So... you manipulated me!
I haven't remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendships will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder! A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator! What do you suppose became of her?
Now, yeah, we see the ballerina, I forgot her name, she's dressed as a man.
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussion. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
I seem to remember Mr. Zato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt.
She deserved every word, I'm sure. Well, I wonder if she made it to America then.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such length, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you say. An omen that at this very moment in time is close at hand.
Exclamation mark. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Okay, so are we gonna present something? Something that happened a year ago. The Red-Headed League, no. Photograph of Mr. Vigil, no. Letter of introduction. The ticket to the SS Grouse. Okay. Yokohama departure, September 11, London arrival, November 1st. They came out from Japan. It's called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. It's been a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Beria. Okay. I'm gonna try this. Mr. Sholmes, would you mind looking at this?
This is our little time, Mr. Naruto, and I'm sure you will appreciate.
No, of course not.
My attention is entirely drawn on a simple matter now. The pheasant!
Anyone would think that you hadn't eaten weeks. Dismissal notice. This is older than that. No. Framed photograph, I don't think that's it. Candelabra, hairpiece, revolver, Gregson photograph. No. Autopsy report, the crime scene floor. Oh, the notice board. No. The pocket watch, the ID of Gregson. I don't think that's it. Commemorative photograph. No. The Asogi papers. Passport. No. Chance autopsy. The Lucky Charm. No. The Karma. The evacuation drill itinerary. Small component. telegram from Japan. There was no room for doubt with your instruction in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that that's where the list of names were to be found.
K. Asugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communication that were leaked.
That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year. In fact, when you were both still in Japan.
Exclamation mark.
It really would be hypocrisy to mark my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communication between the British and Japanese governments.
You're perpetually doing what?
How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes! What a fabulous line!
Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered.
Exclamation mark.
As soon as I learned from the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please! Tell us all you know! Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they all somehow connected!
The 4 names.
Or as I said when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Ah, K. Asugi and T. Gregson!
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if Yana Sogi was to stay away from Britain.
Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent the study tour from going ahead.
Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes, Sholmes and I are exchanged correspondence for years. I had recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know!
Oh, Iris!
I knew he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. Now,
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Neverhead?
Oh, yes, you mean about Asashine, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah!
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy? Topsy hypothesis. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I believe all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Asashine was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Indeed, and it seems that Miss Shin was dispatcher from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely front.
Ugh!
That would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her action.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashine
So the real Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashine is because he was the target of an assassination.
And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student.
Wait, you mean?
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean Kazuma?
Oh!
He did say in court earlier today.
Yes, on 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
And the mission was?
The assassination of a mob.
Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contrast of sorts. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts, an international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange.
An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? Assassin exchange.
Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinctive individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange.
So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student in Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate this target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruto, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Subsequently, thanks to the diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction,
Oh yeah.
such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between the two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
The highest levels?
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by a contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular, devilish scheme. That dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
Wait a minute, Jones! If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassin as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asugi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Jun Jigoku wasn't actually the Ma?
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Sholmes da da da.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow.
Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
This is too much to take in.
Alright everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time!
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparation for tomorrow.
What preparation?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
Is it a little bit sad, though? I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
Oh, I'm sorry, Iris. Zato da da da.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? Oh, but if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really?
Sorry.
Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Rudo to the floor? Oh yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Rudo.
Huh? Oh, I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well.
Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister!
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
You'll just have to wait and see!
Oh,
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceeding became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jiguku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend has somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Now we see Mikotoba, we see Susato, Iris, and Sholmes. Because it's family! He's talking family, yo. To be continued. So that part was awfully short. It's okay, since I have energy for at least another one. Yes, we're gonna save here. We're gonna save here. I'm not gonna end after just 2 hours. Trial part 2. I have enough energy for at least an hour and a half, so we'll see how it goes. 4th of November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Now we see. Okay, so yeah, it's a close. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement to make. The Queen refused me to send pigeons in the courtroom for this trial, so I'm kind of mad about it. Being it's always been my thing. So let's have a minute of silence to mourn this refusal from the Queen. Okay, I'm done. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts has come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at his heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Standing up? Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve? Yes, that's my intention, and also the name of this game. Kazuma Dadadat. My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? Kazuma Dadadat. He has admitted to colluding with the victim in the plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgression be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intended to expose everything. My whole life, for the 10 years, has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. Pointing the finger, and I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Van Zieks ... Cosmo is bristling with hostility today. Oh, I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Cosmo-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practice, I've granted this prosecution's request. The defense find this acceptable, I presume. Nods. Yes, my lord! In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. All rise up. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zieks. The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom.
At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Slapping my face. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steel resolve. Because this is going to test it to the limit. Now Jigoku stands on the bench.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Ha! So it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. Jigoku ... Oh yes. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, the man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku in his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of this country. I here also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiation. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I would have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. He shakes his head. I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? Kazuma ... I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I had obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all of this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is far more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Walston, you mean?
That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Judge Jigoku da.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too.
Ryunosuke da.
Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Shigoku is involved in this case?
The telegram from Japan was sent from his office. I'm gonna say just to be sure, but I'm pretty confident that this is what they're referring to.
Take that!
Music stops. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
Hold it! You little... Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you...
What's this all about? Why is my name on that list?
This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins.
No.
A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. J.H. Wilson's life was taken by a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Sheehan, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Asugi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
Strong art, da. What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These 2 cases of murder, one took place in Britain.
Oh, wait. I'm giving in the Kazuma voice. These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each countries as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
Rubble. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! ...
Judge Jigoku? What's this all about?
Jigoku da. And you, Kazuma, you lied! Exclamation mark. During yesterday's proceeding, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Kazuma da.
Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie.
Exclamation mark.
The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Shigoku was the mark came entirely from you!
Oh yeah, that's right. You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Standing up. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? Jigoku, His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder wasn't in the witness cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Jigoku, There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Strong guard, It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. About the alleged assassin exchange and the event of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Witness testimony. The assassin exchange. It's true that Kazuma Asoge was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out this mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there's been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admitted then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest level, not something I can discuss here.
To use such a wordy phrase as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder is the most appalling thing I ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge when you're not judge yourself.
Pardon?
Asoge has a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma
Kazuma-sama?
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. It's gotta be Strongheart. It's gotta be.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accept the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, the assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that the member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was that the Reaper, Barak von Zeke. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
Exclamation mark. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witnesses could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it's not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Cross-examination. The assassin exchange.
It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Cosmo was still in Japan then?
Correct. It was at the examination center from applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination?
The Empire of Japan has accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Jigoku ... Britain acknowledged no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku.
As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour.
Hold it!
Why Cosmo? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted as on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust.
Well, you certainly did a fine job at betraying mine, Asogi. ...
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in Germany in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student has been killed, but his body has somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired from me from a detective at place on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Cosmo didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Cosmo ... Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point?
That wasn't possible, simply because
that black-clad young student over there already put himself forward as Asugi's replacement.
And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain.
Ah.
My hands were completely tied.
For Mr. Shum's strategy. So Mr. Shum's strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen.
Months later, my memory returned, but I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to do in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about is the testimony given by this witness, or details relating to this relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder.
In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death.
And you have some means of substantiating this plea?
On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you may.
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken a posting, a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness cabin.
And we see a picture of chicken stroganoff.
At that particular time, of course, I've gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us to the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
Or suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. Hello, Tyler. How you doing? Well, I'm doing better. I was kind of stressed. I was trying to do my taxes, and it's always like a huge deal of stress when I do it. And basically, I decided to take a little break. And since I said I promised myself I wouldn't stream until I get this done, I felt like there was too much build up. I had to relieve myself and doing something with my fingers. So I decided to play a video game. And I said, since I want to play a video game, why not stream? So this is an impromptu stream, but I decided to progress the story so far. And yeah, we're back with the final case. We found just one piece of evidence, and that's about it. We got access to a key witness, who of course is gonna deny everything, but I'm pretty sure I have all the clues to debunk him. But otherwise, I appreciate you being here, and yeah, I hope you'll keep me company until the end of the stream, which is going to be at least until 1 or 2 more hours maximum. On the next to be continue, I'm going to stop, that's for sure. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off to the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes. He glared at me as I walked past.
You see, that proves it. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewmen would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
The crewman was standing directly outside your cabin door you made.
That's right. A muscular man with permanent grin expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. Ha ha. Scroll.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that the crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait! What about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of a gun being fired.
Grumble's network drop. The network drop on your side? I think it's fine on my end. Oh yeah, speaking of the network, there was a problem with my electricity. One of my fuses broke down, but the breaker didn't jump because my panel was very old. So there was... what happened was whenever I was trying to turn the light somewhere, like they were trying to feed electricity from somewhere else, so I had everything working at 50% because one of my breaker was missing, and it was not a fire hazard, but when I called the landlord about the situation, when he called the electrician, he says, okay, I'm gonna have to turn off some things because it happened, and I noticed it happened late at night. So I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I'm gonna fix everything and find out what the problem is, like what what blew the fuse, basically. And it turns out it was one of the lamps that I have in my living room. It was quite old. It was a defect. Basically, the breaker didn't do its job, and it says the landlord called me. He says, "Okay, we found the problem, but we disconnected, we unplugged the lamp, but we highly recommend you not to plug it again." And I said, "You know what? That's fine. I'm gonna throw it in the garbage when I arrive from work." So that's what I did. So right now I have a new lamp replaced. It was one that was in my room that I never used anyway. The lighting is better, and I'm glad with that change. No regrets whatsoever. So there.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh!
You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area on the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
But a hole like that, made by a bullet, was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence. That's a gun with fire in there.
What's that? A bullet hole?
Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. There was obviously a rotten panel eaten up by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
Right, a woodworm would pierce a wall made of metal. That's the hole in his argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun has been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I wouldn't have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place.
Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
It's unforgettable! Using Kazuma-sama's feeling to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan!
But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. We completely double-crossed him.
Oh dear, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. Or really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jigoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotion cloud my judgment. But you must destroy Mr. Naruto!
Okay, so let's see what's the angle I can attack on. Because I think I have the piece of evidence for it's the other end of the pocket watch that fits on Gregson's pocket watch. I'm gonna save here. Okie dokie. Kazuma-sugi was assigned as position 1 year ago. Target was Inspector Gregson. Condition of British Study Tour. In the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. The double cross on the Enix mission when the crew was on the outside my command all the time. If there's been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly that can be involved. But a small machine part that Mr. Sholmes found in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the SS Grouse is now clear that it's a missing crown of Inspector Gregson's pocket watch.
Objection!
No, maybe it's not the sentence. The witness's last statement exhibit a fundamental inconsistency. Not one that any British court would recognize, Consul. What? Remember, this is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know. Should I be wondering if I'll make it out of this courtroom alive? The evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty. Was it though? No, there was an evacuation drill. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedure. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. So yeah, there was not a crew that was outside at all times. There was a drill. There was a moment, an opportunity of time.
Objection!
Of course it was. Ah, I forgot about that detail. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can't be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Sherlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshot emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. Jigoku ... Well, I hope your network is going to be stabilized soon. Is there a storm outside or anything? Because I know it's like lately there's been like a return of probably a third winter. There was a cold front that makes more precipitation near the freezing point. We were not too long ago we were raining slush. Oh, you rebooted the router. Oh, great. I thought it was something like that. Interesting. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. You had 20 minutes.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity? That's an excellent fine, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing.
Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false.
I do.
Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel? Ryunosuke ... Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. Okay, now it's the crown. I presented my evidence backwards. You will present the evidence of the defense for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Small component.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch?
A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know that he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Exclamation mark, Kazuma. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Grrr. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Jigoku ...
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
He's still calling me that even though he killed himself.
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke.
Exclamation mark.
And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first.
Posture check.
But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
What?
And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world of your ridiculous bombast.
Exclamation mark. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony.
When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled.
Prior to a renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October.
Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
Take a sip. The events in the cabin.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me.
Oops.
I soon took care of him with a Nippon Seoi throw. He couldn't wait to run away after that.
So a Nippon is a judo move.
Nippon! I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Or was he? Iponsoi?
A common jujutsu martial art technique in my country.
Okay, it's jujutsu, but there's a move in judo called ippon. It's basically a throwing move. There's also a throwing move in jujutsu, but basically it focuses more on submission moves than in throwing.
I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruto, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
What?
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
Arrgh!
I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell.
Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds,
Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on the cross-examination. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruto. The event in the cabin.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room.
Hold it! Because of the so-called god, post of your cabin door just left your killer's pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
But the man accompanying him would have had two swords slung around his waist.
you mean me?
Who else?
Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin.
And you entered without any inkling of suspicion?
That's right, none whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there. Foolish me, waving a gun at me.
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name, and there was no time for introduction. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose?
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shade about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man I've never shot anybody before. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with a Nippon Soi throw. Though he couldn't wait to run away after that.
Even though the man had a gun, it was a really brave move, wasn't it?
My Nippon Soi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector held himself in the stocky fellow, and the stocky fellow just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can get out using a quick Ippon Soy throw. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off his own spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Not that the man was spared for long, a bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my Jiu-Jitsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true to that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about? Hmm? That's what the star... Sorry, that's what the star of your lowbrow detective story told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction.
Exclamation mark.
Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
But there's no evidence that's proved the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gone back to Britain? When people die, their body remains at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse of a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded for arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
Ugh, that skilled died idea then.
But perhaps not.
Mr. Zato?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit has no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you?
Exclamation mark.
I thought it was perfectly clear. But it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord.
I have no objection. State your amended testimony now.
There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea.
Think about it, stripling.
I need to check my evidence again. How could he have done it? Telegram from Japan. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. Kesogi, Shin, Gregson, Wilson, Sang, Osanaga. And then we have the small component. This has been proven that it fits. And then the sword. The lucky charm, we used it. The clean autopsy, the passport that was issued to travel to France before his body was discovered. So I think the killer did the Weekend at Bernie's. So they present he didn't have his ID with him because they give it he give it to Daly to pass as Tobias while during the Red-Headed League, so everybody would think that he was there. Gregson's trunk. Asogi. This is a proof that Asogi slashed the trunk, but no, that was his own. Oh, this luggage! Oh my god. This belongs to Jigoku. It's big enough to fit a body. How come it didn't smell? When we took the picture, how come it didn't smell like dead corpse in here? Okay.
All passengers and crew disembark at the same time and pass through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did! Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No!
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device using these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Ha 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 ha. Funny you should say that.
Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, of course. The fans have become unusually quiet, I notice.
Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
So that's his story.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruto must have been murdered now, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in a little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have to be moved somehow.
The body would have to be moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then.
That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay. So... I'm gonna present the commemorative photo. Let me check. Inspector's identification. Okay. Asogi papers, no. Okay, I'm gonna save. Present. No possibility to transport the victims to back to Britain with the luggage. I'm gonna say the commemorative photograph.
Objection!
Oh, it worked. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Also, he must have diplomatic immunity, and probably his luggage wasn't checked at the border. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London! Exclamation mark.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage search at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Oh, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer at the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruto, surely you're not suggesting...
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrival from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Exclamation mark. Order! Order! Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could, because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside this trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside his trunk? How horrifying!
But after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apartment scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in the refrigerator.
Console, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Exclamation mark. Such ships are equipped with strictly refrigerated cold rooms to keep full fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Jigoku,
Well, this is all very heartening.
Exclamation mark.
I can't see that it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceeding will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundation for that already.
Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of a crime?
The prosecution stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baron von Zieks shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale.
I'm afraid that's all the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
Minuske ... The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a centered piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. I need to remember. I need to check all the things. Okay. The trunk? No, wait, I tried to remember what happened with the trunk. I need to open it. There's a slash, there's the tip of the Karma blade. So there's the blood. So there was a passport on the 31st. This is the day before Gregson's body was found, but there was already blood on it. This document for this trip to France. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. There was blood. This was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. Time of death, it says 5. The gunshot was heard at 5. Okay. I didn't touch the gun. So this is the type of revolver that standard issue for members of the judiciary then?
Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number.
Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun.
Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that.
Okay. So the gun has been issued over 5 years ago. Wig. Okay. The gunshot was heard at 5. Oh, that would be the pocket watch. No. The pocket watch was... Okay, so according to Jikoku, the pocket watch was broken on the ship at 5. I think this is the only contradiction here, but I need to... Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna present the pocket watch because it says... No, the Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction, only to present such nonsensical evidence.
Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East?
In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You will be penalized accordingly. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, of course, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to the next question is surprisingly clear.
Perhaps you should try to present the correct one in this time, then.
Are you going to try again, or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson saw instantly when he was shot on the scene in Fresno Street. Contradicts that claim. Gun. I mean, wait, let me check the passport. No, the inspector's ID. Okay. So his ID is 997. Let me check the gun again. I want to check the nomenclature. A unique serial number. So if the gun belonged to Van Zeeks, he would have been have a serial number. Okay, I'm gonna try the gun then. I'm gonna try the gun.
Take that!
No. Wait, are we bringing back the firecracker? This is new again.
There are details of a whole raft of case dating back years on your end there.
This paper from 10 years ago is running with age.
Out of interest, the most recent things appear to be this newspaper cutting there.
It's the same red-headed league advertisement Mr. Sean picked up.
Do you remember there was a red hairpiece at the scene too?
Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the red-haired league? No. They didn't find the bullet. I don't know what. I need to recheck everything again, I guess. I already checked this one. Doesn't say much. When I say Gregson's trunk wasn't there at the scene of the crime.
Take that!
No. I have to reload. Gonna run out of life. What sign did he have that he could not have died instantly? The lack of burn marks on his chest? But we cannot see the wound well. Okay, I'm gonna try the photograph.
Take that!
That was it! A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes! But the point is the posture of the body itself. Exclamation mark. If Inspector Gregson has been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that this body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
Objection! I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have died in that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
But it's not instantaneous death.
Objection!
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Oh! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk.
No! You're quite right! The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space!
Yes! Rubble, rubble, rubble! Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible it would contain traces of the victim's blood.
Arg! Dot. Present my trunk. I refuse.
What? On what grounds?
Jigoku. Dot. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to...
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. Exclamation mark. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, but you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Wah. Order. Order in court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it.
Jigoku.
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi?
What? Jigoku.
Very well.
I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What? You?
Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! You admit to... You admit to Inspector Gregson's murder?
No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said.
Exclamation mark.
Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection.
What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean?
I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin. In order to avoid unwanted attention, as the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he's already accepted the mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh!
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi.
Kazuma ...
You.
Rabble.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku.
You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you?
Exclamation mark. Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness cabin on the night in question.
Yes, on an assassination mission no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosegur Asogi is impossible or possible. I want to say impossible because the murder weapon was the gun. And if he was issued a gun as being a prosecutor, he would have a license on it. But this gun is older. If it was Gregson's gun, that would have been weird because he's still an active cop and he would have updated his own gun. But if it's like a student from, yeah, I want to say it's impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What?
Exclamation mark. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? I'm gonna save. I'm gonna present the gun right away, and if not, I'm gonna present the trunk. Because he already made a move. The gun?
Take that!
You're making the evidence sweep here, Ryunosuke Naruto.
Sorry?
Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment.
Oh.
Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, I can't upset Susato-san, or I'll not be upset too. You know, a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabin nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime would have been committed. The trunk.
Take that!
No. So the sword?
Take that!
No. I'm gonna have to reload and think it over more carefully. Why is it impossible that Prosecutor Asogi was involved? He didn't have the opportunity because he said that he left the ship quite earlier. It would have been the autopsy report. Okay. He didn't have the opportunity because he wasn't there.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the god was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drills took place, the steamship has already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ugh. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Professor Asugi stated in yesterday's proceedings,
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
which I'm sure the court would agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asugi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
Yeah!
Because he wasn't on the boat.
Hold it! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy just saying that to exonerate himself. We can trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the...
No. That's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodation register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
Oh,
No!
there's no escape this time. You can't forget that you were judge or government minister. This time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room of Frenzo Street and make it look like the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Say, Shiro Jigoku. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. He's raging.
Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
He breaks the stands with both his fists. And the stands lift in the air.
It's over! My life is over!
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decide to recruit Mr. Sogi. But things didn't go according to plan. You chose an assassin who never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would have made the inspector... that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
Oh,
So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper!
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on a steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful!
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting
for the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move.
Bang.
I'd received a British issue gun 16 years earlier.
Being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Oh, fuck. He did. So my logic was correct, but they couldn't accept that. My logic was sound. I'd received a British issue gun 16. Okay.
Being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student, I never imagined I would have to use it for something like that.
So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Sorry.
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would have taken back his police identification.
Oh!
I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous.
He hid that quite well. He has a stern look, but this is actually his nervous face. And with hindsight, he looks nervous indeed.
On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector has a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case.
So you put it on, you pretended you were red hair. A 6'6" tall red hair. With a black beard. No, not sus at all.
So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have done otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, then set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecracker would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Oh! I didn't notice that he had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Yeah, no stands, and he stands on the side looking down inwards. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Jigoku ... Kazuma ...
An exchange of assassin. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange?
Jigoku ...
Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stands, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
Jigoku ... What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished! All of it! He turned his back. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the finding of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. So all the flames from the juror's stand are flown automatically into the black. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all of those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. So he'd rather have his accusation now than wait. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a snack. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes, thank you.
something wrong?
Ryunosuke, da. Oh, I'm just a little troubled by his silence. Kazuma? The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication, I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque von Zieks.
Objection!
Asogi.
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred.
Console.
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What?
But Judge Jigoku has already confessed!
Nevertheless, Baroque von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seijo Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into a sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings?
Van Zieks, exclamation mark.
The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is somewhat in a position to give such an order. As we already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baron von Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove this guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What? Robble. Outrage, robble. Order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intentions here.
I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. Kazuma Datadat.
You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks, and I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
Exclamation mark. That explains Kazuma's silence before. You'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Strong heart, Very well, Waltz, it's extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for supplementary hearing. The new fires. Okay, now Van Zieks suddenly produced a chalice full of wine and put his feet on the stand. Pray turn the blind eye to discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my aloe chalice. Lord Van Zieks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. Crush! So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all!
Good. Then let justice decide. Lord Van Zieks, the prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. Well, I knew he would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend.
That's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly. Therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. So you deny all accusation by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange? I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in the position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
Ryunosuke ... A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? ...
From all my experience in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. Van Zieks ... So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. ...
I want you to remember what you just said.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Cross-examination. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refers to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly.
Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this.
I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one defendants who's been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Van Zieks started out. Let me answer that question by posing another one. If, one by one, defendants who've been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with that one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignore all the hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement.
Hold it!
You say for years? How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigation led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend? A friend even? It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge.
Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it?
It's when I first learned of the location it noted only as Grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, its significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that it is what the Reaper's headquarters. Then, by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku has intended to implicate Yuge Boon. But unhappily for me, I arrive at the scene first.
Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder.
Move on to just throwing insults around. I see them, Kazuma. Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fidget chips and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago, now that he was invited to work at the Japanese university. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassination exchange. Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted this case.
Objection!
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence.
Sorry?
Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange? And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury.
Well, yes, that's true, but...
Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and makes use of it to make his case.
So if we don't identify something first,
You'll gain the advantage!
this could be dangerous. Kazuma ... A convincing testimony about Lord Van Zieks.
Certainly, with no apparent connections between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unaccessible as far as I can see. ... Oh dear me, what a bleak expression!
I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person... I must be overthinking it, surely.
Another person, Mr. Naruhodo?
I need to think back over all the information we gleaned so far.
Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all? It's gotta be his brother. No common thread between myself, Gregson, Dr. Wilson, but there could be one if we put another one on the table. Gregson's photograph. But what's the link between Clint and Wilson? The professor. What about... There are two actually. There's Yu Boon, Mr. Vigil. Mr. Vigil was a link. He has a link with Gregson, and he has a link with the professor, and indirectly with Wilson. Same with Clint, him being the victim. Both are correct. Okay, I'm gonna save. I have half an hour left. I doubt I'm gonna be able to finish this part of the story in that time. But I'm telling you right now, I need to finish this in 30 minutes. So I'm gonna start with Clint.
Objection!
No. That last statement seems a little questionable to me. What do you think, my lord? I see no inconsistency here, do you? You could span the Strait of Dover with those white eyes, Console, and be gone from this island forever, I hope. You want me to fill the English Channel with tears?
Objection!
No, it's not Vigil either. Asogi. Okay, I'm gonna try the telegram.
Objection!
No. You have to reload. Okay, so... Ah, maybe the Clint autopsy report. It was signed by H. Wilson. That's the link.
Objection!
Ah, they wanted the autopsy report. What is this, an autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report?
I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
Let's get that. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor.
I've personally researched all the court's record relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Ziek, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
It was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was the guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moment, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crime and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. Okay, now he holds his brooch that used to belong to his brother. Now I understand why he does that.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to this death.
That's outrageous!
And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order! Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convinced in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost.
Sniffing my chalice. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However,
He who fails to quash his emotion in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kasuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seijiro Jigoku. But my true intention were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
What truth?
The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago.
What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret.
While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Flashback. Right! I see, you're that Asugi's young lad, aren't you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated?
Gregson ...
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right. Even then.
Shring! And then he slashed towards the trunk. So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kasuma-sama.
If the result of Clint Van Ziek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baroque Van Zieks.
But wait, he was tossed aside and was presided by Strongheart right there. So that could have been, might as well be him. This is what I'm saying since the beginning. The pieces connect since chapter 2. Ever since he started blabbering about the warfare and the importance of justice, like probably Strongheart needed somebody to punish those murders, and it was easy to put the blame on foreigners, on immigrants. Of course, everybody was outraged. The one who was the least outraged was Wilson, who's just doing his job as the assistant of Dr. Wilson. I believe Dr. Wilson has some sort of doubt, but there's nothing more that he could have done. Like Jigoku revolted, he did some jail, and then he left, but he turned out to be a puppet for the Reaper as well when it came to assassinate Dr. Wilson and Gregson. But I wonder, Was Wilson involved in the Reaper organization at all or not? Because Mikotoba is Sholmes' assistant, not the doctor. I believe that, yeah, it's Strongheart, because I believe he wanted all members of the organization to be eliminated before the symposium, so he would show good face. Exclamation mark. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reapers himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange.
Oh!
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baroque von Zieks.
Rabble.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi.
What?
What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago?
I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission.
Van Zieks, ... In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. Of course.
What?
Roald Van Zieks? I gave no such orders, I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Roald Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too.
You?
I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Okay, let's put this theory into motion. Male Strongheart, age 53. Lord Chief Justice.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself! Lord Male Strongheart!
What? Lord Strongheart?
Rubble. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother Lord Clint Van Zieks had been killed. Exclamation mark. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. Strongheart, ... I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a huge influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishibo Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the... Strongheart, ... Spur on the table.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, this is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Strong guard, It doesn't warrant a response. Exclamation mark. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Ziek's autopsy? That's oddly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Grigson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Grigson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say? Yeah, unless you have a fey in your pocket to get a testimony from a dead person, you got jack shit. Forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there's no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be sustained by anyone or anything. Order! Okay, I cannot act because it's getting late and I hear my neighbors walking, so I cannot yell order in the court because now Strongheart is pissed and I cannot do it justice right now, so I'm gonna have to until my time is up in 15 minutes. I'm gonna have to moderate his voice. Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Exclamation mark. Cosmo. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? No, there is. The Asogi papers. That's all we have left. Is there no other avenue we can go down and pursue the truth of what happened all those years ago? There's still Barricading. That's the only guy left. And Daly. Hugh Boone. Daly, the warden, he has to come back to testify. Because he was the guy who executed the professor. And he was a confidant. If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Ziek's autopsy. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Soit won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Yunosuke? Who? Oh wait, Gory. I forgot about her. Is that her? Well, I'm gonna save just to be sure. Tell me! People. Let me check. Dr. Size also currently like a mother. She carries all the autopsy work on corpses. But she didn't do Clint. She was 9 years old when it happened. That was Sight. It has to be Daily Vigil. Daily Vigil or Barricading. Good friend with Mikotoba during the Japanese man's time in Britain as a visiting student. So he doesn't have a bias. Okay, so it's either one of the two. I'm gonna check just to be sure the
Clint's autopsy, who signed it? Oh, Wilson, oh, of course. Professor Mikotoba penned the report, okay. Kazuma,
Please! This trial can end! Not yet!
Oh, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for the truth. Dr. Starnock, The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Van Zeke is... Eugene. Because he penned it. He was there.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asodi as a visiting student. Okay, so my last guess was right. Whew! And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was a primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedures. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. He shakes his head. The defense's demand is denied. What? Come on. You think I'm gonna give you the chance to kick me in the face? Come on. Have you realized the trial is rigged?
But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did? Yes?
So, present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have to recuse evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Exclamation mark. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for many hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That will just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Exclamation mark. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. He bangs, really grunts, frustrated. Grrr! Yell of frustration. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Something hold it? Who said hold it? Not Ryosuke. Oh!
Hold it! It is I!
Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seisho Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Da da da.
Lord Mayo Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered! Sholmes da da da.
It would seem that we have a great many important member of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarication of your superiors?
So now the public is muddled. Order! Order in court, I say!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar! Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-longest ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, I have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence, everyone!
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end.
But would that really do?
I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed.
Is there a single person here present who can only say it doesn't... Wait, what? That doesn't sense the same. What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness.
That's right. We need to clear up this up before that young Japanese will be put into custody. He's remanded in custody.
Kazuma! Exclamation mark. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself on this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the galleries. Testify. Testify. On with the trial. On with the trial.
Well, my lord? You hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena to the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Warden.
Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He's accompanied me today and is waiting at the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse?
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
Oh, I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruto?
Yes?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are yours. Disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Now you get the name Strongheart, Male Strongheart, the heart of the Maelstrom. The fans translated his name as Vortex because the heart of his vortex, like everything is revolving around him, and they're dragged and compelled to be towards him. He's at the epicenter, and this is where Ryunosuke is. This is his show right now. He cannot control the court, the case. And I guess this is to be continued. Just in time. Just in time. Alright. We're gonna save. We're gonna continue if I have time tomorrow. I'm probably gonna continue to stream. I don't know at what time. I have some things I have to do in the morning. And we'll see how it goes, but I'm determined to get this game finished as soon as possible. So we're gonna raid Void Prince. Sorry.